Well, good morning. We're back. We are back and about to kick off, which is always good in Satisfactory. So, big day yesterday. Um, we've got more done on this factory. We've had to make some alterations and changes and bits and bobs since the stream. We finished the overhead crane, which was good. Made some little detailed changes there. Excuse me. And that was cool. Oh, excuse me. Woo! Where did that come from? I've had to extend the factory by one complete unit, basically. So that's meant, yeah, I had to delete a bit of stuff and all that, and basically rebuild it. So I've still got to rebuild. In fact, the end's on here, but I ended up doing a bit of a blueprint for some of it for the other end. So yeah, we're getting there basically, slowly, slowly. We also have one line, as you might have noticed, in GOTS. So we actually have one line working and up and running, which was Bay 2. This one here. Bay 2A, B, C, D is now functioning, and with ore coming in and obviously going to there. What I should do at the end here actually is set up a sink for the moment and just literally sink it until we work out where it's how I'm going to get it down below. So let's just do a temporary, as is everything in Satisfactory, temporary until finalized. Where are we? Roughly around there somewhere will do. And what we'll do is we'll put a little merger in case I get more lines going. Just as a very temporary setup, just so that we're clocking some more tickets while we're working, sort of thing. And we'll stick up a very horrendous temporary wire to the factory here. That'll do. Yep, and there she blows. Ooh, 309 tickets. Wow. Well, that's cool. Wasn't expecting that many. Wasn't expecting that many. So anyway, that's can chip away while it's doing its thing. I don't know what we've done to get 307 tickets. What else have I been sinking? I've been trying to think. Plastic and resin stuff from over at the power station. That's what's been doing that. Flipping heck, that built up quick, didn't it? Because I was going to say that's the only thing I've had. Okay, so basically what we've done is we've added in this section here, which is effectively where the lifts are coming up and the ore, as you can see, they're coming in. There seems to be a graphics glitch I'm getting a lot at the moment, which is where the ore's going backwards on the belt. This actually happened, I know, for a few people on previous episodes, basically not in my streams but on theirs, and I think it was something that was happening in 1.1 when it was on early access as well. So there's obviously a little thing there they've got to sort out because it's actually running away from the machines, not towards it. It's kind of weird. we're running at the moment, slowly creeping up. It should get up to 1200 technically, because I believe that we've got these machines, where are we, 2A, all these machines are overclocked 75, and we've got 4 bays of 4 operating, which is 16 machines, and I think that 16 times the 75, yeah, it's the 1200. So technically it should, once it clears a little bit of the backlog, we do have these buffering. When we come back here, we can see that these are nearly full now. So I'm kind of building those up slowly while we've been doing it. And the other thing we've been doing is laying down some of the items that you might see from a forgery where they've been making molds and doing stuff basically. And it just adds an element of, I don't know, realism to it to some degree. And a pile of ingots waiting there. And we'll probably do the same over here eventually. I just need to set up some little safety barriers so the piles don't fall over and hurt anybody. You know what health and safety is like nowadays. Talking of which, we had a crazy, well, I mean, it's not crazy, but it's just one of those scenarios. I mean, I just had to smile and basically gently laugh because we were in our local hardware store place, Mitre 10, which is quite a big outfit, you know. I mean, it's not, it's like a big warehouse like this basically. And we wanted to get some timbers for my mother, basically for her garden to chop up. I'm going to build her a frame for around a tree on the weekend, and so we went in there and got some rough sawn timber. And I just said to the guy, "Oh, can you possibly cut them up to these lengths, save me sticking them on the top of the roof rack?" Basically, it meant they could go sling in the back of the car, basically, and off we go. So he did, and he was a nice young lad. And we were standing miles away from the saw. I mean, he was sort of, in reality, if he was here in this zone, we were sort of over here. So we were miles away from him, miles away from the saw. And this woman comes along, who's obviously a supervisor or something to do with health and safety. She had a clipboard and looked very severe as usual. And she put this chain across from here to here, but it wasn't even like a straight chain. It actually drooped down and came off of the floor by about 6 inches. And this was apparently to stop us going near the saw and getting harmed. Now, the fact that I've actually probably got far more years experience on the saw than that lad, number one, is one thing, but the second problem was, of course, he was carrying timbers in and out over this little chain. I mean, which he had to do because he couldn't undo the chain and pull the timbers in and out. I mean, it was just so ridiculous. It was just, and we all laughed about it, apart from the health and safety woman. I was just like, what a load of nonsense. But anyway, sometimes common sense just does not prevail. Um, does not prevail. And it's just absolutely hilarious. But anyway, it is what it is. Typical human stupidity overrules common sense. And I mean, if the chain had been sort of more like a straight thing, then you could sort of understand it. But he'd then have to put timbers down on the floor, remove the chain, move the timbers out, put the chain back, pick up the timbers. I mean, it's just a joke. Really, really, really was. Having worked on site, I mean, it's just fundamentally a yeah, hilarious. Right, anyway, enough of waffle. Let's get on and build. Where are we? Logistics. I wanted to come down. I actually wanted to stick on here, on these rows as we do them. I'm going to stick these on so we can see how many ingots are going through. And as you can see, it's 1200. So that is correct. And that should mean ultimately Not quite sure why, but we should get up to 1200 technically on that, because I think it's 1 for 1, isn't it? 1 iron, 1 ingot, yeah. We'll see what those numbers do over the course of an hour or so and go from there. In the meantime, we are slowly getting there. I've just been extending the main rail for the crane along. I wish we could actually have that sort of system and make it work. That would be pretty awesome. Be a bit like what's the name? Space Engineers. Maybe I'll have to do that in Space Engineers. Maybe I'll. When Space Engineers 2, I bought it. It's early access. When that actually officially comes out, and they've got more stuff going on in it, because at the moment it's very, very basic. I might do a series of Space Engineers actually, and we'll see if we can actually set up a similar thing to this, like a Foundry and stuff with the yeah, we'll see if we can do that at some point. That'll probably be a bit of fun for something a bit different after we've done the Satisfactory map. So yeah, the end bits I've done are these two end pieces. I've made those a blueprint. This is not a blueprint. This is having to be made by hand. This is a blueprint, and I'm not sure if I can. I don't think I can. I've got to mirror it, which is why I've left it here. So I've actually got to mirror this up, which is a bit of a pain, to be honest. I think there might be a slightly easier way of doing it, and what I will try and do, because how many meters is that? 18. So if we go from there and go back 18 that way, I don't want to have to replicate these two back over, because these are a pain to do. So the least I have to do of them, the better. That said, if I stuck another one in there, no, because it's got to actually extend beyond. So yeah, no, it's got to be this way, unfortunately. Oh well, it is what it is. Just want to say, I'm not going to mention names or anything, but I received an email last night from someone, and it's quite a sad situation, really. But if they ever do tune into this video again and watch, I just want to say, don't feel bad about it at all. And there was nothing I found offensive at all that was said. And please stay in contact. That's all I'll say, basically. And that's all I am going to say about it. But yeah, no, I understand, but don't cut us off for it. Basically, there wasn't anything you did or said that upset me, so do not fear. Meantime, back to Satisfactory. Yeah, we're gonna have to. Was it not even? Oh, it's on that line. Okay, that was a bit daft, wasn't it? Did I put that in the wrong? Looks like I did, but don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. I'm not going through repairing both of them. Okay, so let's do a. This is sitting just below the surface Breathing below the surface. I might actually have to do it this way round. Yeah, just to get that correct. Otherwise it's going to go a bit of a nightmare on us. Oops, messed that one up and shook at the wrong moment. Okay. Now we just need to do one back here on this one. No, we are going to have to redo it, aren't we? Oh well. Best laid plans of mice and men. Oh no, no, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. I did do that. I shifted it across one. That's. Hey, that was good. I thought for a minute we were going to have to redo the whole thing, but we don't. Why has that started off 1 meter short? Little swine. Oh well, we'll just add a meter in. Not going to cry over it much. Diagonal free for all. See if that works. Hopefully. Let's look at. Oh no, it's a bit bent at this end, isn't it? Goes kink. That looks right, but that doesn't. And we've gone off blimmin' thingy. Okay, let's try again. That looks better. There we go. It sort of sometimes feels worse rebuilding these things than it actually turns out to be. Okay, that is correct to there. Now what we need to do is move this across. And this is where it might take a couple of goes just to get it correct, because we've actually got to make sure it's going to align properly with the other blueprint. So that's going to go like that. That's going to come off. These we can put on just like a little packing spacer things that they have on roof things. That's how I use them. One of the concrete places I did work for, they had a it was a very unusual building actually. It was very cool. It was a half house, half art gallery, and in Christchurch. And you can look it up actually on the web. It's called Raven Scar House and Gallery, I think it's called. And that was my first job using Revit 3D CAD work. Very complex building actually, and roof design. It was quite interesting. Excuse me. And I remember my supervisor at the time on the job, Only just arrived, literally like a week in, a couple of weeks in, and they said to me that you're going to basically, you and the supervisor are going to work on this project, and I was like, okay, cool, and didn't have a clue what I was doing, of course. But then she just said to me, I don't know how I'm going to do the roof. So she said, can you play around with ideas on how to come up to do with the roof? So I did. And ironically, I was using Blender, even though the company used Revit. I was using Blender, and showed her what I did on Blender, and she went, right, now we know how to do the roof in in Revit. So we went back to Revit, and then basically reproduced it in there, which was quite cool. Unfortunately, I couldn't transfer, well, I tried it through various means to transfer the Blender files into Revit themselves, so to make the model and then transfer it in, but it wouldn't, it kept changing the size of it on entry and wouldn't actually keep it maintained at the correct size. So I had to start from scratch using Revit stuff, and trying to learn the software. It was all good fun. Right, anyway, here we go. Let's just move that across a nudge, and I think it's about there actually. We're going to call this one end mirror. So we always call the end one or the different one a mirror, so we know that it's the opposite side basically of what's going on. So let's try that. One day I'll have to sort out these blueprints into a thing here for roof end mirror. So it should be, if I tap that to blueprint, this should, all being well, nudge across like that. There we go. Now I've just got to do the midsection. Should be fairly straightforward because it's probably just a matter of using the current midsection and deleting a couple of panels off it and a couple of girders, or one girder or something, and adding in that extra one so we get the double. I mean, within the limitations of Satisfactory and also my engineering or lack of skills, all I'm doing is copying from pictures. I've got of foundries and stuff, but also my knowledge from where I worked at the precast concrete factory, and obviously working with dozens and dozens of engineering and architectural plans, you get to see certain things. And so I've tried to implement that somewhat into the build, but it's probably highly not accurate. That's okay. Okay, let's clear blueprint and load. Let's go for roof section, midsection. And then we would call this one, when we edit it, mid-end. And then we know that that will be the... So we just want basically 2 sections plus that extra piece, isn't it? So it's basically, if we take this out, this out, basically that with this shifted across, which we can't obviously do, but would be nice. And what's the distance between those two? 2 meters? Yeah. So we come across 2 meters. There's that line there, okay. Okie dokie. Well, I don't know why it does that sometimes. Sometimes my fly mode just runs away. It's really, really, really weird. Like a runaway train, it suddenly goes crazy. Bit like the user, I guess. A mad otter. Rightio. Cool. Okay, let's get rid of this fella. But he's getting in my fly mode way. Very good. Very nice. Alright. So we just again add in that. I'll check that out on the other end, see what I did at the other end, because it might not be correct. Or did I put an end on her yet? I don't know whether I did actually. Let's go and have a look. Doesn't look like it. No, I haven't yet. Of course, because I haven't put the ends on. Okay, and that's cool. At least I know. Let's see if this works. It does. It all aligns. That's good. The only thing I want to change a little bit on here is just that end piece. I think that doesn't quite look how I want yet. I don't know whether I need to do more of that with it. I think that might look a little bit better. There's less Z-viting for a start, but it just sort of almost like looks like it's a bit more finished. Let's try it. Thank you to the new subscribers too who have started following us on YouTube. Do appreciate that. Hopefully it provides some inspiration for you in your own creative builds. That's ultimately what I hope to do for others, is give them some inspiration. I know the organic plant stuff that I do isn't always everybody's cup of tea. Some do prefer these more realistic sort of factories. And I have to say, with this being my sort of proper first attempt at them, I'm actually quite pleased with them. I actually am enjoying it more than I sort of expected. Thought there was something in there that shouldn't have been. There we go. Very good. What I quite like in the end was the way I ended up doing this box at the end. And that works out quite well for when we do the downpipe, because it's going to actually look like the box at the end that you get on the big industrial gutters and stuff. So yeah, I was quite happy with that in the end. I think the only thing we need to do here, we've got to get a bit more lighting in at this end. So once I've put the staircases in this end, we need to stick up a couple of more lights basically, just to hold through. The other thing we want to do is these features here, which I've yet to sort of do properly. I was half wondering of doing a mini blueprint on that, but it's so little work, it was kind of like I might as well just rattle through and do it. Still at 1200 on those. 976 on 75 on that. It's very interesting that that is a lower figure. That's now full. That one's empty. Ah, maybe we've got a problem here. It's going straight through. It hasn't had time to fill up. Right, okay, so let's say none for the moment. And that should start backing up. Yep, there we go. Because I do want these full. We'll do the same on this one for the moment. That one is full, so that can carry on doing its thing. Rightio, we'll come back to that after, because that will change the... At the moment we're just sinking them at the end, because they're not going to the station yet or anything. But that's okay, while we're working on other details. So staircase, let's try and see if we can get that in. Foundry stairs. Now we've got to get the right one for the right side. So I think that one's going to be this side, I think. Now we're just going to try and line this back up. Looks like there was right. Because we've extended the whole thing just by one extra bay basically, and the same down that end. Because I ended up, instead of having 15 units I needed 16 to cater for the full amounts of 1200 in each zone. And then eventually this will line up with that, which is great. Got a bit of a tight squeeze through there. I think you can still walk around it though. Yeah, you can. Here we're going to have to change this setup a little bit here. In the past this has actually gone into the girders here. So maybe we just need to do a little bit of adaptation here at this end for the thing, so it just makes a little bit more sense. Just like that. And then we need to put a light up to do the stairwell, because at night time that is particularly quite dark. Now where we think. Okay. Half a nudge makes it fit in. Just bring it down like that. Now, you probably can just take the wire across like that, and it should now be illuminated. Yep. Awesome. This side as well is going to have a box like this, so we may end up rewiring this slightly differently, but that's okay. We'll come to that when we need to, because eventually there'll be 4 belts here as well, leading through and filling up that side. Cool bananas. Okay, lift for that side. Now that was mirror one, wasn't it? I think it said. So let's go for the non-mirror one. Foundry stairs mirror, foundry stairs. No, it wasn't the mirror one. I don't think, or was it? What we got? No, it wasn't. It was the other one. We do need the mirror one, I think. That one there. Yep. Got the stairs facing towards the wall when you come down, so health and safety thing. You know how much I love that. Not. But yeah, it makes more sense. Rather than running straight out into the causeway where there could be forklifts or other things operating machinery. Got to think about these things. I think that's right. We'll put in these extra couple of beams. But don't get me wrong about health and safety, by the way. I do believe that people's health and safety is very important, but I also think that the common sense factor that they often don't use in some of the health and safety stuff, like the one I was talking about earlier at Mitre 10 when I went in yesterday, was just it's just insanity. And it's basically often it's because it's drafted up by people out of university who have actually no practical knowledge at all of a situation. And I remember a mate of mine who actually worked for an engineering company. He used to make factories like this. Actually, he used to do all the steel work, and he used to walk up the girders and do the welding. And they'd never had an accident until the health and safety kicked in, and they all had to wear harnesses and belts and bits and bobs. And as soon as they put those off, they're all falling off and banging themselves and hurting themselves because the belts and harnesses snagged on the beams as they walked. I mean, it's just, I mean, I mean, there's other ways of doing it, in my view. It's like, but it's just like, it's just the classic. Um, it actually created more problems than before. But as they say now, common sense isn't that common, so you have to cater, I suppose, for idiots, but at the same time, it is a bit mad. Right, okay, so we're getting there. So the stairs are in place. We'll have to do signage and bits and bobs at some point. I've got to extend these as well for the crane because I want it to come to this point to about here so that these items can look as if at least the crane has lifted them into position basically, or dropped them here basically for ready for delivery or whatever. I was going through basically because it's the iron foundry. I was sort of going through everything made with that looked metallic basically. Even the painted beam, I took off the paint and put it as a metal thing, as a raw item. And I've done that for all of them, just unpainted. Looks quite good. I've got to do more of these ingot piles yet, but I love these as well. They take a little bit of time, but they're good fun. And again, for health and safety reasons, I did put fencing up around the edge in case a stack falls over. Gotta love it. All right, okay. Well, let's go down the other end. I'll tell you what we can do, because we do need to just bring this wall in a little bit. And what I'm going to do is bring the wall into about there. And I think that sort of then leaves a nice wide entrance, basically. So we're coming in two more, aren't we? Like that. Was that right? One, two. Oh, maybe I did. Did I do three? Yeah, I did. Okay, all right. I'll do three then. There we are. And we possibly will need at some point more steel beam construction coming up to this edge, and maybe going across spanning as well, so that we can actually pull these down a little bit. I'm thinking something like that. And if we're really clever, which we're not, but we will try and see if we can even make some like doors, big like sliding door things that obviously don't work because stuff like that in Satisfactory doesn't, but at least they look like they're there, like big hangar doors. So I might work on that as well. So how many high is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 high. Don't think these will take a 10 high. Oh, perfect, they do. That's awesome. Excuse me, got a frog in my throat. We'll work on that. We'll do those doors in a minute then. Awesome. And then we can do the steel work as part of the blueprint. Okay, well if that's going to be the case, I need to work out a system here that looks like a runner as well, with a track. Because doors that size would be, yeah, running on like a railway line almost. So it's actually quite cool, quite super exciting in a geeky, nerdy way. Let's take that back to there. What we're going to do, we're going to go stick in half foundations to start with. Like that. We're then going to stick in, oh, excuse me, man alive. I'm going to stick in another half foundation lower down, like that. Yeah, this is going to be interesting, see if we can do something here with this. Then we're going to do, the closest thing I can get to like a rail is often like this. So I'm just thinking here, because how many squares have we got? Each door needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5 plus a bit, obviously, so you get an overlap. Technically this is 1, 2, 3, so we need to come back a little bit more, and that means we're going to have to adjust the steel work and take it down so it doesn't look like a total idiotic design. That's that. So the door will basically come back to pretty much this here. So we just need to put in a rail at the right height. Obviously it is a foundry at the end of the day, so a bit of air going through is probably not going to be too much of a problem, because some of the foundries I've been looking at have these big openings and stuff, so I'm sort of thinking that it's probably not too far off, to be honest. I don't think we can paint those anyway. Okay. Now, a little bit of, where are we? Got to have some stoppers. You don't want those doors smashing into the girders. So we'll put some nice big rubber stoppers on. What I'm going to try and do is get the door to sit at the same level as these, and then run on what looks like wheels on here, and yeah, and then we're going to have possibly these things just coming in, maybe like that, just enough on that girder basically, and if we can get it the same height, that'll be even super cool. So I need to raise that girder up possibly a fraction. Let's take the stopper out for a second. Let's have a little look, bring it up a bit. So if we did that, and then a half stop down, there we go, that's what I was looking for. Perfecto. I'll put the rubber stoppers back in a minute. It's not. Okay. I think that could work. I mean, it's like, it doesn't interfere with your walking, which is exactly what happens in real life. And if we want to be really, we could do that, you know, if you want to be really sort of fussy. And because often these entrances do have something like that we could do. It looks like a proper sort of entry point thing there, and then we can put the doors, we can make the doors and get those fitted. That's going to be fun. So we need to do, was it 1, 2, 3, 4, just over 4.5. Okay, let's clear. We'll save that, clear blueprint designer. Let's see if we can make this work somehow. Now you're not going to have concrete on the bottom of these doors. That just won't happen. So they will be slightly different. 1, 2, 3, 4. I said just over 4.5, didn't I? So if we come back to like there, you may want to go 8. High, maybe 9 again to give us that coverage. We'll see how that works, but in practice, once we get blimmin' big doors, aren't they? Right, so the way these doors will work, in reality, no idea. But we're not dealing with reality, we're dealing with Satisfactory. So I'm going to just come out a little bit there, a little bit there. Okay. And we'll put some little ones in just to make it look like this thing's actually holding all this rubbish. um, okay. Come on. We'll need to do the same on these. Something like that. Okay. Then we're going to bring okay, let's actually there. I'll just do the same on that actually. It's a little feature. What we need to do though is actually we could actually bring that right down. Thinking about it, because we're going to need to do some cross bracing, aren't we? For sure. Something like this, I don't know. Is it too much? I think on panels this size you definitely have some serious bracing. I mean, the amount of weightage and that would be huge. So let's have a little look at what we're doing here. We've roughly got 1.5 meter thickness, but I've got to get it so it lines up with that. Okay, well, we'll try. This is going to be Foundry, big door. And I'm going to try and make it symmetrical because I don't want to have to do a mirrored version if I don't have to. We're just going to use one type and hopefully that will be it. Blueprints, Foundry, big door. So this is effectively where it's going to go. We just got to get it lined up. I think half nudge is going to be more realistic, like that. And that means there. Okay, we may need to adjust this slightly, the not the door, but the ground thing. I mean, ideally, what I would have liked to have done is add this back a bit further. Just closing that off to that. It's not going to be a bad thing, but it's. If we're going to go all the way back, you see, you've got to then have the thing there, pretty much to there. Which, I mean, could work better, but then you've got this huge gap. And in reality, what would happen is this track would probably run at an angle, but we can't do that in Satisfactory. So I think we're just going to have to bring it there and bring it forward off those girders, like that. I'm just going to have to lump it. Now if I can get that to go there, then we can go this way. To there. That's effectively the doors, what they'll look like in place. The big doors. It's not too bad actually. It's not too bad at all. What we do need to do, I mean, these are ridiculous height doors, I mean, let's face it. And this is going to be like the Maybe electronics or something, I don't know. I've put a keypad where your keypad is or something when you first come in and the doors pull back. Might need to do that on the other side as well, actually. The question is, can I get it the same height? Okay, let's do it the hard way. Okay. So you've got big barn doors. I need to shift this rail. I've got to get this rail further back now, so we'll just quickly do that. And then we might be able to see if we can stick wheels. Oh man, it's not gonna. G key, come on, make it easy. Make it easy, mad order. So this needs to come back in line with the white beam, which we're going to change obviously, and it's going to be metallic. Nope. Let's get the height of that. There we go. These things here work pretty well as little wheels for this sort of stuff. So bring it down half a notch, in half a notch, do it like that, and paint it carbon steel. And then what you do is get a little power socket like this one, stick it in there, not that way, that way, and down half a notch. There we go. Looks like a little wheel. And we'll put those across. We'll put about half a dozen of them or something. But yeah, no, that works all right. Yes, you be that. Right, very good. That's one door basically done, sliding door. Just got to get the wheels on. All look good. Let's just quickly do that then. So we need to get the. It's not gonna play ball for me. So we want to go another one here. We'll probably try and do it on where the downs are, and then another one here or something in the middle. I mean, technically they should probably be at even distance or something crazy for stress loads, but what do I know? Little back wheels. Just got to always think outside of the box, basically, if you can. What can I use to make something look like something else, basically? It's a bit cute, but it does the job. It does the job. Now, naturally, we would have, on a door this size, you're going to be having a rail at the top as well, so we'll have to sort that out at some point too. But in the meantime, we just want to stick these in at the right location. I'll probably do. It's not too much of a clash on that. It's only just on the lip, so it kind of looks like it's almost running on the edge of it anyway. Just fine. The other thing we want to do is add in a black buffer to stop the doors crashing into things. So that's actually that's going to come back. It's this door, isn't it, that needs the thing ready. So what we'll do is we'll put the buffer there. Then we know it's back as far as it can go. Very good. That looks alright. I think that's going to work. Hello, Mr. Truck. You can come out of the way for the moment. Just having a look at a truck, how it fitted in terms of size and everything. Doesn't look too bad, you know. All good. And down a notch. In a notch, down a notch. Oh wait, keep pressing the wrong key. Noob. Okay. Right, change that to unpainted again. And you go. Right, very good. That's looking good. The runner looks fine on the entrance. Just going to finish that off. So that all looks very cool. Looks very sort of realish. Lighting. We didn't do a light up this side, did we? That's what we need to do as well. Oh, there goes my fly mode again into weird mode. It is bizarre. It's almost like sometimes when you clip something, it just goes AWOL. Must have clipped this ceiling or something, and it's just goes off like a madman. So it knows me well. It's not going to let me nudge it across. How bizarre. Let's try again. Half nudge. Click once. Come down. 3. To there. And then this is where, as I said, it's going to change probably the wiring over there on how it's done. But we may need to... Oh, it's up on this edge, okay. Let's just cheat it through there. If you want to get really fussy, put them on either side. But I am not worried because it's not seen. What's not seen does not hurt. This side will be a bit more feeding it through the drill hole. And then we can come down and across, and then we have light. Very good. That's pretty cool. Oh, that stairs is sitting up in the air. That's bizarre. So is it? No, it's an optical illusion. Is it sitting on the... It's an optical illusion. That was weird. It was just the way the shadow lines were working with it there. It looks like it's off the ground. I was like, what on earth is going on? Anyway. And it couldn't have been because all this was aligned, so anyway. Me having a moment. So I've got a little bit of girder work to finish off, to tidy up on this end as well. And we've got to do the top bar, top rail as well for here, for the doors, with probably another set of wheels. So that's something we need to look at, possibly. So let's just get some alignment. When you're doing stuff like this, there's quite a bit involved, obviously, and you just have to sort of take each one almost as a mini project. Because otherwise it can get overwhelming. Right, okay, we're going to actually add another layer into there. like that, and then we'll add in the wheel in inverted commas. Light's kind of a bit too bright, but it's almost too dark without it. It's because the light's reflecting off all the stuff. There we go. Now what we are going to do, a little bit of a design feature of the door. We may... no, it won't be on the door actually, it would be on the hanger above. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do that, possibly. Nudge it back a bit. Yeah. I'm going to use that as a reference guide. And we're going to cover it, put a fascia across it, just coming down over the door and wheel. Possibly, probably wouldn't happen in a Foundry. Just because it's probably... okay, so that's... I'm just trying to see what it's going to look like. If it's going to look like rubbish, we won't do it, but... I think that's going to be too far out, isn't it? Take it up. You almost want to sort of see, half see the wheel, but not. Do you know what I mean? Maybe no. So maybe from below you actually can bring it down those three. Yeah, you're still going to see it. But I think that's too far out. And I think a half nudge isn't going to do it. I think it's going to clash then with it. Let's have a little look. Is it not going to zoom that way for me? It's not. Open swine. Little swine it is. Swine, swine. We could get away with that. I don't know. I might leave it. Might leave it for the moment. And just put the wheels in. Okay. Like giant casters, aren't they? Not exactly accurate, but hey, it kind of gives you the essence of. Back. There you go. So that needs to come out. That needs to come out. Very slow at deleting. And then we're just going to do the old trick of taking these back to the beams, I think. Oh, come on. Why are you doing that? Does not want to go that way for me. Thank you. Whoa. We go weird again. It's going weird again. It is a bizarre one, that. Very, very odd. Actually, we can't do that there because that one there's got the door. So we'd have to actually bring a beam up to Never Never Land, basically. So, dear, okay. Let's do this. Have to have some construction taking that weight load. Is that right? It's turned around, isn't it? It's better. Okay. But at least like it looks like it's actually held in place, and then we'll try and do something similar on the end here. Like that. Alright, that's the top one. There you go. Right, okay. These cannot go here because the door runs across. So again, I have to have some form of support there. And that's okay. We can handle that. So very industrial looking, and then we'll do a similar one for these ones. Bit of work on those doors, but I think they add, you know, a little something to it. I think they add a little something to it, so nearly done these ones, and then that's it on this side, which is awesome. Then we can go and have a look at the building at the other end and finish off the bits there and it needs doing probably. Or we can do some mines and get the ore coming in. Okay, leave that for the moment. That's enough for this end for the moment. Got a few bits needs tidying up and sorting out. We've got signage to do and bits and bobs, but I think in basic terms it's looking pretty good. We've got these huge big sort of hangar door gliding doors with the rails, which is good. Obviously all down underneath I've got to sort out yet. Once the logistics floor's properly sorted and with everything going out underneath there we can sort all that, but in the meantime this stuff is still producing nicely. Let's have a little look at how our things are going. So that one's full now, that one's full, so we can switch that back on. There we go. That one's full, so that we can switch that one back on, and that's going to get us back up to the 1200 per minute. 2D is not full though. Okay, so let's turn that one off. It's interesting because I thought that one was full before, but anyway, we're just loading them up. It's all being sunk. Crane's gone, done its job. Let's go down this end, get some bits sorted down here. So last night, yeah, I realised I was one bay short basically, so we extended it out. So I've had to delete the frontage off that I was doing. So we'll pop that back in and see if we can get it to work. I'm not quite sure whether they've got enough room yet or not. So we want to go outer section end, but I don't know whether it's mirror or not. So it's that one is the correct one. Okay, so let's have a little look. And we've got to go up to there. That is correct. That is correct. I think we're okay. That door system is going to be very tight in here, which is interesting. The only other option is I bring it out one extra bay to there and add another section in. But I really don't want to do that. Let's give it a go. We'll see what happens. And then we've got Foundry roof. Roof girders. Girders end is what we want, but whether it's the mirror or not, I'm not sure. I think it's the mirror we need. Yeah, it's the mirror, the other one we need, not that one. Roof girders end. That's the one. That goes on like that. All the lines, the gutters align. The only thing we haven't done on this blueprint, which maybe we should do, actually. If we go green part, we clear blueprint, load. Stairs, no, we want roof girder, roof girders end. So what we've done on this is we haven't put the extra piece of roofing in, and I just want to make sure that that's what we've done on the other one. Roof girders mirror. Roof girders mirrored. Is that the one? Yes. See this one here, we've brought it to the end. This one we didn't. I need to do that. I knew there was something brewing. Like that. That's all. Save blueprint. Continue. Right. Oh, let's go back up. My brain is a bit foggy today, so I am struggling to remember what I'm actually meant to be doing. There we go. That's working fine. And that's going to be ready for the downpipe. We'll put a downpipe in on either end, just to add to the crazy realism. I do love the way these blueprints come together. It took a bit of time getting them sorted, but it's roof girders, roof midsection end. That's the one. And there, the girders all link up the double at the end, which is what we want. Sink is very temporary, by the way. It's just I've just dumped it down to sink the iron ingots that I set up first thing this morning to come through, just so we could see what was going on and whether I could get one bay of these to work effectively. So what we've got effectively 4 bays down here, 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D on each one, and bay 2 at the moment is operational. So 2A, There's 4 smelters there, 2B, C, D, and the ore's coming in, basically getting distributed out from 2 normal mines, and we're basically at the moment we've got obviously storage, not on that one because that's the previous one there, or it's filled up, and we're now producing as if it's going off to the railway line, which it will do eventually. We've just got to, and we've got 1200 per minute being made on that line, which is my goal, is each line will have the 1200 that it needs. So we've got 16 down each one, so it'd be 4 bays either side basically, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the 4 for that side, and it should produce about 9,000 ingots a minute, iron. And then we're going to set up another foundry for copper, another one for steel, and another one for caterium, and probably a mixed one for caterium and limestone. So that's what the desert's going to be used for, pretty much, is just the foundries. And then we're going to shift everything by train, get it probably over somewhere over here to the Rocky Desert. I've got all my power here at the moment. I'm going to pull some sulfur. I need to pull some more sulfur, which is why the reason why we actually built the railway out to here was to get the sulfur from the desert, and then I sort of got sidetracked building the foundries. But we are going to pull the sulfur out, take it back around down to here to our current diluted fuel power, which is producing about 40,000. And that's going to be changed over to rocket fuel, which is then going to produce with a potential up to 450,000 megawatts, but initially we're aiming for 250,000 megawatts of power in that plant, and then we can do the mega factory in here, basically. So all the ingots from here will be founded basically here, and then we'll shift them along on some train route, whether this way. They'll probably come to a mini factory here, which will produce basic stuff like screws, rods, plates, wire, and then that will all get shipped around into the big factory, which will then produce the assembler and the manufacturer and all the other bits. That's the goal. Big plan, big process, but I've got to get one thing done at a time, basically. And this is the first of them, with a little showcase display of the things that come out of the foundry. Iron ingots stacked up nicely, and then we have all the other metal products. Bit mad, isn't it? Anyway, we've got the hangar doors done this morning, which I'm pleased about. So on that side, we just now need them at this side and the end done. All good fun. If anybody knows how to make a hook, a small hook for here, I haven't thought or found a way yet of coming up with making a hook. So played around with that yesterday, but if anybody's got any ideas, do let me know. Always open to suggestions, because brainstorming often fires up other ideas, and then it triggers other ideas and something comes out of it. Okay, so right, let's put in the other one. There's a lot of work even still on this factory still to do. I've got all the gantries to put in on the back edge, the different levels. I've got the one at the front done with the stairs, but this one here is going to go down the back all the way, meet up with the other staircase, and there'll be little bits coming on and off where you can go up to different levels and check for maintenance and all that nonsense. Right. Foundry outer section, end mirror, was it in outer section end? I can't remember. I think it was, yep, look at that. Even managed to get a gutter made. Pretty pleased with that, actually. All this heavy rainfall in Satisfactory, you need gutters. Right, I just need to check now before I fill this end piece in like the other end. I've got to check the height because I can't actually remember because it wasn't blueprinted and I did it by hand. I can't remember what I actually did. Which is why I actually went down the end of the factory before and forgot. I told you I have my brain's fogged today. Right. So that is level with the... get out of the way. No, it's one little lip in. And it's halfway through the edge of that end of the roof piece here. Let's see what we can do. Let's just have a little look where we're going with this. So that's the right location that way. Now we just need to come down. And we need to go in a fraction like that. And that is it. Cool. It's just come on, snap to the end. There we go. Now let's go one there. Now we can need to come back and do the other end. So there. One. Need to come in one notch by the look of that. Yep. There we go. Very good. Walls, we're going to come down, we're going to pick that little fella. Let's just colour him up appropriately. Just very good, got the end there. Now I've got to do, I'll probably leave the doors and stuff for the moment at this end and stuff. We came in 3 with the wall. on either side, and I'll probably just leave it at that for the moment. Right, we're good. Yeah. Right, sorry, just dealing with some text there that come in. Yep. Okay, well, I think that's pretty good. We're making good progress, all things considering. So let's see if we can get another set of bays going with some of these other mines that are around. So we've got one mine down here, which I think is a pure node. So that's straight away is going to be fairly profitable in terms of it's going to take up one whole belt itself. So we're not going to really need much there, which is good. So let's just where we're going to need to go on the edge of that line probably. I've got to find out. No, that's not right, is it? Because that's the logistics floor in there, I think. Yeah. I keep doing that. I did this the first time this morning when I was doing it. I ended up having to delete what I did because I wasn't thinking straight. So, this one here, default please. Bring it to there for the minute. And let's go and have a little look at what's aligning where over here and where to bring that belt, whether to bring it around behind or in front. And I think if we're going to be going in front, because that okay, well, we could bring it in actually around the back here and straight over the top of this one, and that will fill this one up, and then the other two can go around the other way. That might be better, unless I'm using this one over here. Mind you, that will still work because it can come onto these ends. So let's do that. We'll come around this way. I'm not really worrying about what the logistics floor, to be honest, looks like too much. I'm not spending like hours down here to make it all nice. Yes, I want it organised to some degree, but it's going to be fairly chilled sort of space in that respect. I want to leave enough room at the back end here for the stuff coming down here. If I've got 8 belts that I need to perhaps manipulate, I will want a bit of space there for them. This is also where it gets tricky because I don't want to clash with anything else that's going on. We might need a little bit of diverting eventually down here, depending on what happens. Let's take this down for the moment and see what happens. That's good. A little bit fluky there, coming in directly above. Was not expecting that. Okay, so that is bump, that's going up. Let's have a little look, make sure we can redirect that into the right spot. So it's this second line here, which is bay 1. And there's bay 1 filling up. So we're going to let it do that. We're going to have to go through and check all the machines, make sure I've got them overclocked, make sure that because I know I haven't done all of them by any means. And these ones aren't set, which I'm aware of. So just, that one is, that one isn't, yep. I only did, on the blueprint, I only did one overclocked initially, just to give me an idea for the figures. So this is 1C. That's interesting, that one's not getting ore, so there's a problem there somewhere with a belt or something. So we'll have to check that out in a minute. Wonder what's gone wrong there. Not much ore's coming through, okay, which is peculiar. Because we should have plenty for each unit. Okay. So we just need to keep a tab on this for a minute and see what's happening. That's filling up a little bit better now. Bay 1 is now stopped, so that's okay. That means it's loading up. It's interesting, isn't it, how this has now gone up to 1,000 from 900. This one's still at 4 something, which, considering we've got, did we overclock that mine? It was down this end, wasn't it? Down the other end. Maybe I didn't overclock it, maybe that was the problem. I really wish they did small lamps, like the cone type ones, and you could have them on here. They only need to be almost the size of this 0, basically, and you know, you can have little lights around, which would be great. It's like I want to get little lights up at the top here as well. I don't really want to use these big ones. It's not overclocked. That's why. 1200, off you go. Get to work, boys. Is it even on? Weirdly, yes, it is. Power cables at the back. Okay. That should mean I'm going to let it back up. I'm going to let it load up the containers, and then we'll start syncing. Where are we? 3A, 2D. Is that full yet? Not quite. Okay. That's still empty. Why is this emptying out? I don't understand quite why it's emptying. It shouldn't be emptying. Because once it's full, it should be being filled at the same rate that it's emptying, basically, because we're producing 1200. So it doesn't make sense that this is emptying out. So same here. This should not be emptying. There's something not quite right here. See, that one's not emptied. And that's on working. So something is a crook, and I don't know what. These are full of ore. They're full of ore, so it's not like they're short of ore or anything. Very peculiar. That's mystifying. Because it shouldn't be doing that. Right, I'm going to just take a break, and I will be back in a little bit. I'm just going to grab some food. Well, I'm back. Sorry about that. Grabbed some lunch and had to check the washing on the line and put the dishwasher on and real life stuff, you know. I am mystified though by this. I've been thinking about it while I've been gone. Ooh, excuse me. And I am mystified. So we're going to wait for that one. You see is working perfectly fine. This one here, I've had to close it off because it emptied out. I don't know why. Same with that one. Same with that one. But what I'm going to do is wait for them all to be filled before switching it back on and see if the same thing happens again. So in fact we should switch off none there, and that will filter down to a 0 and a few. Well, it won't completely actually. It will just lessen because we've got them coming from upstairs still. Oh, hello. Yeah, so the ones upstairs are the ones that fill the container, not the ones downstairs. So the downstairs ones will still keep rolling. Eventually we're going to make a little, at one of the ends where we've got a bit of space, probably this end, it's a bit more space. We will take a little thingy down so that we can actually get into the logistics floor. For maintenance purposes, of course. Hard hat area only. So I'm just trying to see what's gone wrong here with this in terms of this one here is producing 600 per ore. That's coming in, that's going into there, and then we've got the other one producing 600 ore, so that's 1200 per minute. So we do have 1200 per minute going into that one belt. And that, we go here, is this one here, which is the bottom one. Okay, so that bottom belt, which is there, is only giving us though 900 per minute, right? Which is weird because it should be 1200. It's two 600s, and that's coming all the way along here. All the way along to here. Then it jumps up, which is to the feed, the main feeding level. So it's jumping in here, it's feeding off down into these machines, feeding along, feeding down, and you can see it all moving perfectly fine. All graphics is going the wrong way, but it is feeding this way and feeding slowly down, as you can see, as needed, and up. See, these ones are full, so they don't need any. These ones are not. So it's still producing there. So once this is full, we should get a better idea of what's going on, but it is odd. We've still got ore feeding on here, feeding seconds and up. See, I would have thought if there was a slow amount, i.e. not the correct amount coming through, but these ones at the far end would be the ones with less in that have like 8 at a time or something, and or 50 at a time and needing 75, so it'd be kicking in and out. So I'm not quite sure what's going on. It might sort itself out once it's all full. We'll try again, but there is no reason why these should be emptying out once they're full. They should just remain like this one did, where it was a constant, like this one flickering 1200 in, 1200 out per minute. But we'll see what happens once we once we've got them all full and backed up, and then see if that works. And if it doesn't, that's very odd. But I'm not understanding this. We've only got 500-600 coming in here. A couple of the machines have stopped, haven't they? Because of... Yes. That's okay. Yep. Sorted. They have stopped. Okay, so that's line 2 in. So let's have a look at the next mine, because I want to try and see if we can get all 4 mines rows working down that side, just to see what's going to happen. We've got this mine over here that is sitting on one node, which is a pure, which will be good. So I've got to bring that in. At this stage, the outer nodes that are outside of the normal building complex, this building is actually going to increase in size slightly, because if you look at the blueprints on this one, with the flooring, it was made up of 3 of these wide, and then there's an extra 2 or so on the outside. So basically, the same is going to happen on these. And there's lots of iron here, all lying around. So we've got tons, probably too much almost. But we may need it in the future, so we've just got to wait and see. So we've got one node there, which is a pure. We've got another pure node here. So that's the 2 other belts. That's all we need to finish off this side. The question is, how do we get that across and in and sort of looking semi-okay? So if we just for a moment, as an example, the design I've just tried a small template here basically on the side here, just to try, and wasn't even a blueprint. It's just to have a go at, see what it looked like. So you're going to have 2 rows on this side coming out. We may even have to do 4, because I don't want these. Oh, maybe they should meet. And that would mean these ones down here would meet, because that's sheer. I suppose they could walk, because that work. That's going to end up probably being walkways down there. We'll probably put in factory cart runs or something. This area is so insane for iron. It's literally mad. You could literally have, I reckon, about 2-3 of these sheds just foundering iron. It's literally that mad. There's just iron node after iron node. Just having a look around what here is here. So you've got 2 impures and 1 normal. Well, that's the equivalent there of another pure node. That is literally mad, the amount that's here. Another pure node there. So yeah, there's going to be more than enough. We may end up having to, depending on how much the mega factory, when we get to build that, how much it needs, we may need to build another shed for the iron. It just depends how much iron's needed. We'll have to wait and see. I'm going to at some point do some maths. I know we can produce 9,000 ingots a minute here if everything works properly. Anyway, back to the other puzzle, this little logistical problem. So the way we did that over there was we took, just have a re-look at what I did here. So we took, because it was based off the logistics floor basically. So in fact, if we do, let's just take the logistics floor through, and we get a height reference over there. Then we did a half, followed by 1 meter, and then the other half was perched off that. Okay. So let's give it a go, just so I can see where we're going to end up in relationship to this mine. So we did that there, that there, and then that there. That's it. Oh, okay, no, that was further back then, so we actually do get a bit more of a run in here. Hang on a minute, something's not right. Ah, that's what's not right. Like that. Okay. So that's like that. Unpainted. And I'm guessing that's the rough setup I've got over there as a template of the idea concept around the edge. And then there'll be walkways and stuff all around, and stairs coming up at certain points and all that sort of thing. So that's okay. So how does that affect this? That's the question. It's fine. I'm actually not worried about clashing on the logistics floor, because once this comes down, Ultimately, this is going to be covered in. It's not going to sit up in the air like this floating. So we are probably going to do something along the lines of this, and everything will be basically covered in regardless. Because this map is not about the entirety of the map, it's about the factories themselves. So the rest becomes a bit meaningless in many respects. I had thought and initially sort of thought we'll make everything look absolutely super cool all the way through, but I actually don't think it's necessary because the focus is on the actual factories and the production. So yeah, so we're just going to ignore any little things like this underneath that occur. I'm not worried about them. Meantime, we'll need to get a power line out here, and we need to get this up basically. So yeah, the joys of logistical flaws is you can just slap stuff down and not worry about what it looks like. So in effect, we've got two pretty much logistical flaws. We've got obviously the baseline, the earth, effectively where stuff is, and then we've also got the next floor up, which is really the workhouse almost of the. There we go. So that mine over there should now have power. Yes, it is overclocked as well. This is a pure, so it should be producing 1200 once it's up and running. Just got to keep my eye on that time today because yesterday it got away with me a little bit, and I was in a bit of a rush at the end. So today we're gonna probably go to 3 o'clock, and then I will call it quits today. Now I've got to find out where I'm going. So that's a pure node. The other one we wanted to bring in was where? So that one over there, was it? That's a pure node as well. Okay. So yeah, so this one needs to come onto the inner one. So that needs to come onto here. And then, very good. So that needs to come to that one there. Let's just put a thing there. Could have brought it in later actually, might do that, might just take that back. And it's on that side, so about there. Okay. Let's bring a... Right, let's go up and have a look. That's now bringing in 1200 per minute there, technically. So again, we'll let that fill up and do its thing. It's that third line. This other line's slowing down now, so which is good. That one's full, which is good. Full, full, full. This is the ones here that starts to get problematic. So full, 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 full. So let's just check that's full, that's full. So what I'm going to do, now these are all full, these are all good, ready to go. We're going to turn those back on and see how much drains out of these, because there technically shouldn't be any draining out of these now, because there's 1200 in, 1200 out technically. But I've noticed that 2 or 3 of them had drains and I didn't understand why. So we just need to work that out of what's going on there, because it ain't normal. If you've got 1200 coming in, 1200 going out, it should just flicker. It shouldn't actually drain. So this should just do that basically and shouldn't ever lower. And it was lowering, which I didn't understand. Okay, so that's all of them switched on bay 2 now. So again, this should just be flickering the slightest basically. This figure here should be back up to 1200. It's getting there. It's climbing. There we go. Now that should stay and these should maintain it. If they don't, there is definitely a problem somewhere. See, that's drained. What the hell's going on? Why is it draining? It should not be draining. So maximum output 100 ore, 100 ore, maximum output, 100 ore, maximum output, 100 ore, maximum output. There's no rhyme or reason. See, it's still draining. That is ridiculous and is going to screw up the whole thing. Shouldn't be draining. Why? Why is that doing that? The overflow is not working at the moment. It's not attached to anything. So it's not that. And the fact that these ones are all stable kind of doesn't then make sense that only that one's going. Let me go down to logistics and have a look, see what's happening underneath again. So it's this one here. We got the two 600s coming in. 600 per minute, it's fully clocked. 600 per minute, fully clocked. So it's 1200 per minute. The two belts are coming in. They're merging here. And we should be on 1200 per minute here. So let me just grab one of these, stick one of these on. Let's just check it out here. And we'll see what's going on. I do not understand it, because if you've got 1200 coming in and you've got 1200 going out, a full container should stay full. It should just literally flicker. So the fact that it's drained 5 full lots so quickly doesn't make sense. So either Satisfactory is glitched, is causing a problem, or there's something completely I'm not understanding. What's this here? Why is this? Oh yeah, that's going up into that belt. That one's doing that belt. Okay. Yeah, it shouldn't be draining. I mean, here it's saying we're only getting 1000 in per minute. So have we somewhere got a wrong belt? Just have a little look, see if we can go through this. Maybe there's a wrong belt I put in on the blueprint or something. See, 1050, there it is there. Now, these are feeding these machines. And they're only taking 75 per minute, so that there, which is a Mark II belt, is more than enough to cater for it. All I need to make sure is that the main lines that's a Mark II, so that's okay. So the blueprint is all right. basically. Mark 2. Mark 2. It's only feeding one machine. Should be more than enough. Because Mark 2 belts do 120 resources and I only need 75. So they're basically operating on half mode almost. So something isn't right. It's this one here and that 2A. This one. So that's full. That's now full, but that everything's turned off. What we need is for that one to be on any. See, it's draining already. Should not be draining. If it's draining, that means that this is not being fed enough. So, and this is only fed by these two. Okay. So why is this not producing 100 or 75 per minute? By gum. They look fine to me. I mean, the Mark 2s, that's okay. What we got coming out the other side? Mark 6, Mark 6, Mark 6, Mark 6, Mark 6, Mark 6. Mark 6 coming down all the way. That does not make any sense. Oi, what on earth is going on? All the belts are correct, all the lifts are correct. The ore is full in each machine. It's not like there's a lack of ore. If I wasn't getting ore in or something, I could understand why it was draining. Is this one not connected or something properly? Let me just have a redo of the lifts here or something in case. That seems to have got stuck. That's because that's full, so let's turn that back on to any. Was it that lift? Was that lift glitching then? Maybe that's what it was. Because that one's working fine. This one's now working fine when it wasn't, so that's solved that problem. This one here is still draining, so let's take none there, let that fill up. This one's now draining again. What on earth is going on? Seriously. It just doesn't make sense. Everything is fully stocked. It's not like it's not producing the stuff. Something's wrong, I think, with Satisfactory. I think this is... Just it's all full. That's what I don't understand. Should not be doing what it's doing. Should be doing this. No, that's now draining as well. What the hell's going on? It's just insanity. I am completely mystified. Completely mystified. Is it because I only have let's have a little look under here a second. I wonder if so this here is being supplied by that lot there. So what if we had a splitter here? I'm going to do a smart splitter. Like that. I didn't like joining onto that for some reason. There's definite problems there. And then if we brought the lift from there, just trying something here because I am perplexed as to why that would be running out. It just to me does not make sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to bypass that one. So we're going to say any and we're going to say none. Now bear in mind this is pumping now everything through there, which is why it's now jammed up. So 1 second. So what we now need to do is to go, oh, I don't got any. Okay, that's interesting then. So that's full. That should be flowing like crazy, and it's not. Hang on a minute, which is which? Outflow, yeah, it is this one. So that's that one. Which is that one. Why have I not? Ah, what a noob. It's wrong. Finally got there. Rightio. Sourced. Any. You may carry on as you were. I forgot to connect one lift. I knew something wasn't right. I just could not flip and work it out. Right. So somewhere around there. That is split it, good. Now, that's now flickering and working. That should be full. Let's turn that one then back onto that one to overflow. That should flicker and nothing more. 2C, not quite full yet, so we'll let that one carry on filling. 2D, that is full. So let's go on to any. Any. And that is not moving at this stage. That's okay. That's the other thing. Just double, triple check. I have done that one, yes. That is backed up. Pretty choppy at the moment, but that's okay. It might take a few minutes just to sort itself out a little bit. Problem solved. It's always a huge relief when you actually manage to resolve a satisfactory problem. I quite like this little gap. I'm wondering whether there's something I can do here to just make this more appealing or interesting. I'm wondering whether we could set up a fence like this and take it down. So you get that effect with like a little grill around the edge. I'm wondering if that might look quite cool, particularly if I get some lighting under there, but it's not 100% sure, that's all. And then we could do maybe the concrete walls on there. And do those as unpainted, obviously. Like that on the sides and just leave the grill at the front. That could work. That might be a nice little feature we'll add in. Two A. So what are you doing? Oh no, it's emptied already. Flipping heck. Let me none. So let me fill this up again. Ay. Even that's draining. You've seriously got to be kidding me. That one's working. Solve one problem and find another of the same difference. See, this should be flowing at 1200, and we haven't got all of them switched on, admittedly. So, but we shouldn't be losing any either. That is the problem. We should not be losing anything. So let's re-look at this. We've got, oh no, that was, we were trying something out when we, in case we needed to, so this is 2A, so everything from here onwards. So that's connected. You've then got your two mains, got your bin, so you got your two mains, and these are not producing any. Okay, it's probably switched off. Well, they are producing a bit very slowly. Then we've got this one now producing, or is it? It's not, by the look of it. So that, is that switched off? Possibly to fill up. So there is a number of those not on, so we just got to work out what's happening. I mean, it does bode well if this is not going to match up mathematically, because at the end of the day, so we've got 1200 there, 1124 there, it's getting there, but we just need to crank those couple ones up, I think, but we just need to make sure that they're actually producing. And that's where the problem lies, because I'm wondering whether we need to bring back effectively all the ore into these from all four, so they all exit out on this line, and that'll be one exit line of 1200. That's what I'm wondering. Maybe I was trying to be just a bit too nifty. Maybe what's meant to happen is this is actually meant to all so it'll be out of there. So if we went, where are we? Left output any, it'll be this one, none. That will stop. Yes, that is correct. Bring that to here. That means everything from this row of 4 is now coming through to here. I just want to see whether this is going to work, see if this, I've just got to get the setup right, and once I know it, then I can sort out the logistics on it. So that's now on, 2A is on as any. Now, the next one along, which is this one, maybe we should do then the same thing. So if we delete this, delete that for a second, we'll come back to it, sort them out. Bring this down. Put in a smart splitter. Any. So what we've now got I've confused myself again already. So that one's coming down and going in, well, it's going in the other way, it's going down and up, filling up that, supposedly, although it's drained massively. See, this is what I don't understand. Let me turn that one back off for the moment. What letter is that? 2B, so 2A is here. That's that one. 2B is this one, which is also then doing that. 2C we have not addressed. Take that to there. That should start help filling that up. Okay. Just trying to find ways that we can. Okay. So let's put any back on that so that's flowing as it should be. This one's still lacking. It is filling up slowly though. This one's starting to drain again. Why? Why? It's unbelievable. I do not understand how we can have. Oh, maybe. So Problem we got is very hard because the graphics at the moment are moving these things the wrong way, so I keep getting confused as to which direction stuff's going. I think I'm not sure whether this is right or not. We'll have to. That one there is not moving at all. So that's that one. Maybe we've got then the last 2C, 2D. So let's do this one. And if this doesn't sort itself out, then I don't know what we're doing wrong. We'll have to give it some thought away from the keyboard so I can just concentrate on other things and then let my brain do its puzzle solving in the background. Right, so we have all of these functioning technically the correct way. $1,200. We've only got 1050 coming in at the front end. Doesn't make sense because we actually have 1200. This is slowly climbing back up. That one's now fine, but we'll let it back up a little bit so that we can get this one full. That one's working fine. This one is not working okay. This one is severely depleted. Yeah, all the ore's there. It's not like we're short on ore. It's basically both these here. I don't know what this one is. Very odd. Looks like it's that one there, but that's for 3A, which we don't have anything to do with. So that's a different line. It shouldn't be part of anything. We're only dealing with 2 at the moment. Okay, so okay, so these two here everything's fine in terms of ore. We've got plenty, they're all overclocked. This here is very slow at filling, but it is filling. So both of those loop around. What we want to do is not take it that way, I don't think. I think we all want to go up into here. Then that one goes down on the right, on the left, sorry. Which is this one, and that goes into the pot for the 1200. I am wondering. Let me just try something here. So this one here, let me just, I think what I've got the routing wrong. I think what I've got to do is bring it here. And that will go to there. And that will go to there. These two here, very odd. Why that's doing that on top of that. Whoa, okay. That shouldn't be happening. That needs to go to there. That loops back around and should be going to the left. So we can cut that one off. That comes up into the container, back to this one. This one here, delete. Build that to there, and this to there. And this one is looped to here, take that out. Should all be going to the left. Oh, no, sorry. That does go to there. It's that one that comes out. Goes around there, comes out here. And that is your final fling. Now that one there can come to there. And that now should solve the problem. Should. I think we might have sorted it. So let's just check what's happening on the number game. We have 199, so 1200 practically. We are one short, but that should change in time. Just because of all the rerouting, I think it's just slowed it a fraction. This is the one that gets me. I do not understand why we've only got 1050 ore coming in. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Right, we go to 2A, which is this one. Why is it draining? It should not be draining. It should not be draining. Oh man, it didn't solve the problem. Not on. Shouldn't be draining. Doesn't make any sense why these are draining. That one's not, that's filling up. Just not computing any senses now. So you got these two feeding from the bottom, coming around, feeding up into the same container as the top is supplying. They all then come out onto this rail, not that one, onto this rail, and it comes around. So that's top and bottom, so that should be 300 per minute. And well, at the moment it's turned off, but that's what it should be, is 300 per minute. So let me put in one of these here, and we will put in a little sign saying get a life. And we need 300 per minute is what we should be getting there. Okay, so let's turn that back on to any. It's draining already. Shouldn't be draining, it's being supplied at 300 per minute. It's being supplied 150, or it should be being supplied 150 from the top and 150 from the bottom. So let's have a little look, see what's going on. I did not expect these complications on such a simple setup. It looks like 150 a minute is being there. So if that's the case, that means down here this so should not be flipping leaking out like that. It's just ridiculous. So we've got a readout on that one. We need a readout on this one. Yeah, it should be 150, which is ay, 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 ay. That's 300 per minute. So why is it draining? Why? I have no idea. $1,200 per minute. Ay, ay, ay. See, all that should be coming out of that is 600, no, 300, sorry, per minute. So this should be 300 per minute, basically, once we open it up. And in which case, then it should not be draining, because it's producing 300 a minute. We've done the maths, we've got the tickers on there, it's showing 150 and 150. So why the hell, if we've got 300 coming out and two lots of 150 going in, why is it draining the container so rapidly? It just doesn't make sense. That's starting to build back up. That one's a different one. So let's have a little look. So if we open this up and go any, it's draining it straight away. Why is it draining that quickly? I know the belts are taking out 1200. Is that the reason? It's literally just because it's dictated by that. Maybe it is. Maybe that's what it is. What would happen if I slow it down with a Mark IV belt, which is 480, and force it to slow? Yeah. So that's why it's doing it. So the 600 belt is draining the container, which I didn't want to happen. And I can't dictate the amount you're passing through here. I can't say to this belt, I only want you to pass 600 per minute or whatever it is, 300 a minute. And we don't have a build that does 300 a minute. We've got 270 and then 480. So it basically means it's still going to drain, but at a lot slower rate. And you can see that's already, let's put Mark IV. I am just going to do this and see what, it's not going to solve anything, unfortunately. Right, so that's back on full flow with a little bit of lost control on that, but it should be, this should climb back up to 1200. And we want it to produce 1200 because in total that's the 4 bays then producing that. But we've got this problem of the way I've set it up, of it draining those containers, which I didn't want it to do. I mean, the containers are handy to have there anyway, just in case if for some reason a line backs up, then it will fill up the container a bit more, so it gives you a bit of buffer basic, which is the whole point of it. But I wanted to try and get the rate, flow rate, so that it would stay at about 50-50. See, it's back up to 1200 now, so we are getting the full flow of that. So 2 of them are operating okay and 2 are not. Yeah. Well, it is creeping back up actually. Maybe it will work out. Maybe it's going to sort itself out. Maybe. Is that going up or down? That one looks like it's going down. Yeah, that one's going down. The other one's going up. Work that one out. Because I cannot. Okay. Well, it's flying at 1200, whatever's going on. On the exit. So I can't complain about that. The end figure's correct. It's just the bit in the middle that I was not expecting to happen. Okay. Okay. We will leave it as it is. What we should try and do is where's this other thing coming in? This here I should maybe try and sort the same as I did the first one. So we've basically got, it doesn't really matter. I mean, if it's just really getting the top and bottom flowing. Sorry, I'm thinking aloud here. This is my brain in fuzz mode. So that one there should be. Yes. The container. Now. I'm very confused by this flow. Oh yeah, that's all going in. It's because it's going the wrong way. It's doing my head. Right, so that there is the dividing line. So if I just put up for the moment a post like this, that will tell me that that is one bay going that way. And if I paint it a nice colour. Right, so these two here are currently feeding this way, but what we really want is it for to go up there before it comes back down here and in here. So if we take that one out, back to logistics, and we go straight like that. That's going to take all of the ingots from these two back into here, back up to the container, through the container, back out here, and back over there. Now, this is where it gets complicated because of where I've got this belt. Right, that's better. So these two here feed this way. They really should feed into this one. like that. That goes up into its thing, that comes out and feeds back into that line. And this line shouldn't be feeding into that, because that's the exit. So this line needs to come here, and we need to put up a merger. I'll do that. Like that. This then wants to come out and join that one because they're buddies. And then so that's going up, going into container, coming down, going into the main line to feed back. Right, this here is not needed. Not needed. So we've got two lines here feeding into this, up, over, down, and exit. These two lines feeding here, up, down, exit into the same one, correct. These two lines feeding into here, they should really be feeding into 1, 2, 3, 4. Into this one. So that can come out, that can come out, that then comes into this one. That goes up, comes down, and should not be feeding into there. It should be feeding into this one. So if we line like that, let's try that. And this here needs to come down like that and feed into there, and that, oh no, that's around the wrong way. Okay, and that goes into there, that goes into there, that goes into there. Right, that's correct. So these little two feeding into what the hell's going on here? Okay. Thank you. So that's feeding into there. This needs to come further along. So we'll just do for the moment a like that. So then you've got these two feeding into this line, which is feeding into nothing. So what we need to do is we need to come along, go 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Yep. Bring that down like that. These two then feed into that one. That goes up, back down, and feeds then into that. But what we actually want is, I think for that, I wonder if we can line that up. Would that work? Possibly. Let's give it a go. So what we want is for that to come along there, go into there. This then to come around to there. That can vanish. We can put in a lift here. And hey presto, that should be then aligned correctly. So let's go and have a little look. And hopefully that will be operational as well once we sort that out. So let me put another sink in. Because these have got 1200 on each line, to test them out we are going to need individual sinks on each line, because otherwise it's going to backlog and then create a problem for me to see where the problems lie, or if there are any problems, etc. So at the moment we're just having to do a bit of a cock up, just so we can test stuff out. Rightio. So what we need to do is go back to the beginning, put one of those things on, and make sure there's 1200 going through that, and then we can test out the lines on the other thing on the individual machines. So it's climbing steadily. This one was we've been testing. That's 1200. While I'm here, might as well paint those. Just getting there, 1168. 1197. That'll calibrate. It's just going to take a bit of time to get the final few. It really slows down on the last couple. Why has it dropped back? Shouldn't be dropping back. 98. 99. I think we're just about there. I think it's just a little bit glitchy. Bit more silicon on the belts needed, eh? I think we're pretty much there. I think that's okay. So up here, what's happening? This is what's confusing me, you see, this is the one part of it I'm not getting my head round at the moment. So these machines, the way they're set up is they're overclocked, 75 per minute. 1 ore equals 1 ingot. So 75 in, 75 out. Out of each unit or each bay, so this is like 1A, 1B, etc. Each bay has 4 units, all overclocked, all the same, all running perfectly fine, which means they're producing 300 in total per bay. Now over 4 bays, We all know 312's 1200. So why is this only running at 900 odd? This one, which has been running at 8 for ages now, so it's still only running at 900. And yet the output is 1200. I have no understanding of why that is occurring. There we are, they're both at 1200 now, which is good in terms of output, but I am not understanding this. Just going to take a photo of this actually and send it to a mate of mine because he's good at nutting out these sorts of issues. We'll see what he says on the Discord channel because I cannot get my head around that. Even this, like, why is that suddenly dropped to 1198? They're perfectly functioning. There's nothing going on. It's just, and this one's stuck at 1200. I mean, there's no difference between them. They're literally set up identical. It's a blueprint. It doesn't make sense. Same on the inputs. Why is this 960 now and that 883? It's just bizarre. Really, really bizarre. All these are maxed out 100% or maybe that's the problem. Maybe they shouldn't be 100% or. So what happens if I do that? Let me have a look at something here a second. See if this increases the amount. Okay, so we've emptied all 4 of the 100 ore. That figure's definitely crept up. Okay. Yeah, it's climbing up. Are these functioning at 100% efficiency? $98, $98, $98, $93. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it doesn't like the thing being full. Interesting. The machines, see, they're still filling up on their own account, and they're only running at 98%. So I do not understand. We've got 1200 coming out on these ones. So the output is correct. The input is weird. Oh, that one's gone up a little bit now since I unprimed the machines. But they're still not 99. That's going up slowly. So with that's primed itself back up. It's gone back up to 100. But we still don't get the 1200 on these. Even though it's 1 for 1. And that's where I'm getting very confused. Not quite sure what's going on. One iron, one ingot. All maxed out, all provided with ore. And we get that out input and that output. I have no flipping idea. I mean, that technically, in my view, should be reading at 1200, 1200. This should be 1200, 1200. And then these containers, which are full, should be just twitching and not draining. And some of them are draining. Why? Doesn't make any sense. It should be a fixed number. Once these are primed and full, it should be just flickering as it goes out. I literally have no concept of why it's doing what it's doing. And that's after however many flipping hours in Satisfactory. Months. Years. Quite literally. It's just bizarre. So I know the belts are 1200, and I appreciate that that may pull 1200 then out of here per minute, but it should. I mean, I've actually put a on some of them I've actually slowed it down a bit because I've actually put a Mark IV on. I think on Bay 2. Yeah, Mark IV. Just to try and slow it down a bit. But you see it's drained. It's drained all of this. Why is it draining when it's producing the amount? That's what I don't get. So if you've just joined recently and you're wondering what's going on in my little kerfuffled mind, we have all these bays which have 4 units in each, which are all maxed out producing 75 ingots per minute. So that's 300, 150, 150, 300 per bay. We've got 4 bays per line. So that's 1200 basically in the first 4 bays as a total, which is this line here. And it's reading the correct output of 1200. The issue I have is that going into those 4 bays is this line, which is reading 960-ish. Now, that 960 is coming from this line here, which is a pure node. In fact, what we should do, and as you can see even there on that reading, it's 958 even there. Yet both of these, one's a pure node running at 1200 output. The other one is running, is 2 normals running as a combined of 1200, 2 lots of 600. I'm literally struggling to comprehend what's going on here. I'm wondering whether it's a problem in experimental build. If anybody else has had this problem, please let me know. Please comment in the thing. I'll try and do some research later and find out, because it is mad that this should be happening. 600 per minute, it's overclocked. It's literally functioning fine. And yeah, it's only at 79 efficiency. Why 80% efficiency? Why? Should be 100%. It's producing exactly, or should be producing exactly this. Again, it just there's not a lot of sense coming from what I'm reading. Bear in mind this is a 1200. This is a pure node here, fully overclocked. I don't understand or comprehend how this maths is adding to this. Let me just get rid of all this stuff because it's sorted itself out. I am going to have to finish the stream very shortly. Yeah, it's just drained it all. It's just, and that one hasn't. Why does one drain and not the other? Is it because it's nearest the exit point and therefore maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'd have to do another different manifold underneath to make it work evenly. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's because I'm doing the way I'm doing. But this still doesn't make sense though. Hello, why's that feeding 2? What's going on here? Shouldn't be feeding 2. Should only be feeding 1. Hang on a minute. Is that what the problem is? Where's... No. No, that's the other thing coming in. Yeah, no, that is... It's not. It's feeding the other way. Blimmin' thing... glitch of the things moving the wrong way throws me out. So that is all the ore from that line 1 coming in, line 2, line 3. It's just mind blowing. How is that not 1200? Should be 1200. Right, well, I think I have fried my brains enough with that today. I'm going to have to think about that some other time, and see if I can knuckle out and find out what the problem is. But it could be the manifold setup, I guess. And that probably is the reason. I mean, our output is 1200, which ultimately that's all that matters. But I do like to get my figures and the maths looking right, and it is just weird. So yeah, so that's now empty. That's still full. You see, how can one be empty and the other full? I just don't get that. That's where my brain struggles. And the only thing I can think of is because it's further down the manifold, it takes from the other one first. Which that would be 2A, so that would be the same theory. But then why is that one empty? That's why I say it actually doesn't make sense. See, that one, okay, falls into the pattern then, but 2D, that one does. It's just very, very peculiar. I've never come across this problem before, and I think it's probably because I haven't been so focused on it, because I've been doing all these crazy, wacky builds. Whereas this one being a factory, I want the numbers and everything to be right. And I think that is perhaps where I need to re-look at the way things are operating in terms of the setup. Just get used to it, because maybe it is what it is. But our outputs are fine. Our outputs are both doing 1200 each, so jolly good for that. Well, there we go. Thanks for watching. Thanks for popping in, and miss my old mate Mac, unfortunately. But he's not been feeling too good. But if he does watch this, take care, mate, and keep in touch if you can. But meantime, yep, we'll call it quits. My brain is fried trying to work that problem out. I think it just needs to brew in the background, and then I'll probably wake up at about 2 a.m. in the morning and go, I know what the problem is. And it will all come back to me. But overall, we've made good progress today, though. Good progress. We've got the doors on this end done. We've got the extension done. We've got the finishing done on this sort of side. Still got to do the water pipe downpipes off the gutters. That's got to be done yet. We've carried on with the logistics, sorting out some of that, slowly coming together under there. We laid out all of these, and the piles of ingots, all the stuff that iron was making. So we've done a fair bit today. We extended at this end as well. So yeah, we haven't done too badly. I mean, we've got to put in the runners here for the big gates and doors this side as well, and do the doors this side. There's a fair bit of work still to do, but my main concern is trying to get these runs going and getting them. We're just sinking them at the moment. But I really want to get them At least we know we've got 1200 in each. That's so the output's right, even if the input's looking very strange. But I'll try and knuckle that out and see if I can come up with a solution. Meantime, take care, peoples, and have a good week. Today is Tuesday here in New Zealand, so I won't be around Wednesday or Thursday. Thursday I'm at the studio. Friday I may well get in a stream on Friday, so that may well be my next one. Looks nice. Ant Evans, thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're just been having a bit of a slower day today. Oh dear, what am I doing? On the map here, just to give you an idea of what I'm doing, power is over here at the moment. Oil power got diluted fuel, producing about 40,000 at the moment. And we've just built a bit of a railway system, weaving its way through here and out. And we're going to we're pulling coal and sulfur over here at the moment. And I've got to get more sulfur. I need about 4,800. And I came over to the desert to collect the stuff that's here. Got sidetracked. Decided to build a foundry instead. So we're doing that at the moment. There's going to be about 4 or 5 foundries here for iron, copper, and then so caterium, limestone, steel. All that's going to be in the desert basically, and then that's all going to be scooted around on a train to over here to the Rocky Desert area. And we're going to build a mini large factory, which is going to be for base components like screws, rods, etc. And then that's all going to come around to this area, which is going to be my mega factory, and eventually down the line. So all this is just preparation work, basically setting up, getting ready. Once the sulfur's done, we're going to come back to the power station, and then we will change it over to rocket fuel, which basically will give us a potential of 450 megawatts. But we're going to aim initially for 250, just to get enough base power to going so that we can run all of these foundries and the mini factory basically. And then we'll probably crank it up even further if we need to for when we get to do the mega one. So that's what we're up to at the moment. And we've just been working on this slowly, but I've just been having a problem with the maths today. And I don't know, because I normally do very strange builds, and I do like really organic flowers and things as factories and strange stuff. And I vowed I'd one day do a proper factory sort of set up, and this is the map for it basically. And of course I haven't worried about getting everything properly synced and stuff. And that one's now working properly. It's now synced finally at 1200, but I couldn't get the inputs to come at 1200, even though I'm getting the outputs at 1200. So I've been absolutely racking my brain on it basically for most of the afternoon, just going, what the hell's going on here? And I've been back and forth, trying to find out and solve the problem. This one, weirdly enough, has actually now sorted itself. This one up here has climbed a little bit, but not much. It's gone from about 900 something. So I shall leave it, and I might come back another day and it might be absolutely fine. In the meantime, yep, take care, guys. Have a great rest of your week. I shall be back on Friday, all being well. That is the goal. And we will see you all then. Take care.